Good morning and welcome to the continued special meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. We are dealing with the official misconduct charges against Sheriff Mirkarimi. We apologize for the slight delay due to the contours of this room and that it's not really set up particularly well for witness testimony. We had to adjust some of the seating, so we apologize for the slight delay. When we broke last night, Sheriff Mirkarimi was giving his testimony. Sheriff, if you wouldn't mind taking the witness stand. We should.
Resume seating.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Okay, before we begin questioning, let's take the roll. Commissioner Studley?
Here.
Commissioner Liu?
Here.
Commissioner Hayon?
Here.
Commissioner Rennie?
Here.
All members of the commission are present. The witness is seated. Counsel is ready. Sheriff, I remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Keith, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Sheriff, you recall being directed by the chair of the commission last night not to discuss your testimony with anyone between the time you left the stand last night and this morning. Do you recall that direction?
Yes.
Okay. Who have you spoken with since last night?
My attorneys.
Okay. What did you say to them?
Objection. Attorney-client privilege. Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone about your testimony?
Objection, relevance. I'll allow that.
No.
Okay. This morning, did you stop for coffee?
Yes.
Who was there?
Objection, relevance. Sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, I want to go back to your relationship with Lynette Peralta Haynes. What is your relationship with Lynette Peralta Haynes?
Professional and social.
Okay. When did that relationship begin between you and Ms. Peralta Haynes?
I would say a few years ago when she was a legislative aide here at the Board of Supervisors, or even maybe before then.
And when did she join your campaign for sheriff?
About 5 weeks before the election.
And can you describe your wife's relationship with Lynette Peralta Haynes in 2011?
I would say friendly, social.
Did you introduce them?
I believe they just met themselves, but since Ms. Peralta Haynes worked on our campaign, that must have been one of the ways that they met. But they could have met even before.
Okay. Have you referred to Ms. Peralta Haynes in the past as a domestic violence advocate?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is your relationship with Ms. Peralta Haynes in the professional capacity as a political consultant or a domestic violence advocate?
It's always been on a political, social level.
Now, Sheriff, Exhibit 82, which is an exhibit that's in the record, it's AT&T phone records. And that exhibit shows that 11:18 a.m. on January 4th, your wife and Lynette Peralta Haynes had a telephone call that lasted over 39 minutes. Tell us everything you know about how your wife and Lynette Peralta Haynes came to have that conversation on January 4th.
I'm sorry, I cannot tell you because I didn't have a conversation with them about that conversation.
Okay. So you have no idea how your wife and Lynette Peralta Haynes ended up having a phone call in the morning of January 4th?
Well, I would suspect is that we are, on January 4th, 4 days from me being inaugurated as the 35th sheriff of the city and county of San Francisco. That was also 2 days before, where a rather sizable dinner was being planned in honor of the people, volunteers who worked on our campaign. And there was a great amount of detail in transitioning from my office as supervisor to the fourth floor here in the sheriff's department. So there was a great deal going on. Any one of those topics or themes could have been part of their conversation. A great deal was going on in my family and the people close to my family.
Commission, I'm going to make a conditional motion to strike for lack of foundation. I'm going to explore the foundation now to see whether this is speculation on the part of the sheriff or whether he has personal knowledge.
Conditional motion to strike.
Well,
that's overruled.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to strike as lacking foundation then.
I think you invited the answer. I'm going to overrule it.
Okay. Sheriff, you've discussed some of the things that were happening that week as potential reasons for your wife's call with Lynette Peralta Haynes on the morning of January 4th?
As I just shared.
Okay. Do you, in fact, know why that call occurred on the morning of January 4th?
No, I cannot speak for my wife or Ms. Peralta Haynes.
Between December 31st and January 4th, did you ever mention Lynette Peralta Haynes to your wife?
I'm sure I had.
Okay. And what context did you mention Lynette Peralta Haynes to your wife between December 31st and January 4th?
As a principal partner in our post-campaign infrastructure and preparing for the inaugural and preparing for the dinner that I just mentioned.
Did you ever mention to your wife between December 31st and January 4th Lynette Peralta Haynes' background in domestic violence?
No.
What contacts did you have with Lynette Peralta Haynes between December 31st and the morning of January 4th?
Very minimal. Some text messages and some phone calls strictly related to the transition of our office from supervisor to sheriff.
Okay. Did any of your communications with Ms. Peralta Haynes between the 31st and the morning of January 4th mention any issues surrounding a conflict between you and your wife?
No.
That was completely absent?
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, last night we were looking at a text message that you sent to your wife at 12:03 p.m. on January 4th.
Yes.
Left you a VM but didn't hear back what happened. And your testimony was that you were following up on a voicemail message that you had left, correct?
In response to my wife, yes.
Okay, okay, so you did leave a voicemail message that morning for your wife.
Yes.
Okay, and that voicemail message that you left for your wife was in response to what?
As I said last night in the testimony, it was very vague, and as I said, I was speculating it was routine, probably having to do with our son. Okay,
so is it your testimony that your wife had left you a message earlier in the morning on January 4th?
Objection. Asked and answered. I'll allow it. It is similar ground we went over, so I hope it's quick.
I'm just trying to get us up to speed here.
Overruled.
I believe I was returning her call.
Okay. And when had she left that message for you?
I do not have the record in front, so I cannot tell you.
Was it a message that she had left for you on January 4th?
If she had, it would have been in the morning, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the commission and the sheriff to turn to Exhibit 83. Ms. Kaiser, do we have a set of binders for the witness? So, Sheriff, would you please turn to Exhibit 83? It should be the last tab in the volume that you have, which is Volume 2 of the Mayor's Exhibits. And just to explain to the Commission, this is a exhibit of the Mayor that is in evidence. It is a compilation of information that in the Mayor's possession regarding communications on January 4th among, I should say, between Sheriff Mirkarimi and Ms. Lopez, Ms. Williams, Ms. Madison, Mr. Mertens, and Ms. Peralta Haynes, and likewise communications between Ms. Lopez and the Sheriff, Ms. Williams, Ms. Madison, Mr. Mertens, and Ms. Peralta Haynes. It's a compilation taken from the telephone records from AT&T, as well as those text messages that the Mayor's office has. So that is Exhibit 83.
So the names have been substituted for the phone numbers.
That is correct. So, Sheriff, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 2 of Exhibit 83. Now, Sheriff, can you see on the top line of that exhibit?
Yes.
That reflects the text message that you sent to your wife at 12:03 p.m. on January 4th?
On page 3, I have here, page 3 of 17.
Oh, Sheriff, you should be on Exhibit 83, not 82, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, are you on page 2 of Exhibit 83?
Yes.
Okay, and you see that top line there reflects
Yes.
that 12:03 text message?
Yes.
Okay, and that's referencing a voicemail that you left for your wife?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at page 1 of Exhibit 83.
Yes.
We have the communications on January 4th that occurred before 12:03 in the afternoon. These are in chronological order. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay, now as we go up the page, starting from the bottom, the next call prior to the 12:03 text message that you sent that we see here from you is a 9:33 a.m. phone call that lasted 36 seconds. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Does that square with your memory of when you left a voicemail message for your wife?
I do not know if that was voicemail or if it was direct contact.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt? Were you making calls to your wife on the morning of January 4th from any other phone besides your cell phone?
No, I don't believe so, but maybe one from City Hall, but I doubt it. I think it was all cell phone because I was en route to San Bruno.
Okay. Do you recall being en route to San Bruno when you left the voicemail message for your wife?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, as we look at page 1 of Exhibit 33,
I'm sorry, 33 or...
I'm sorry, I apologize. I meant Exhibit 83. As we look at page 1 of Exhibit 83, Are there any calls from your wife to you shown on that exhibit?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. So if we're looking at these records, there was no call from your wife to you on the morning of January 4th.
Yes?
And if there was no call from your wife to you, there would be no voicemail message from your wife to you on the morning of January 4th.
Unless I received a message through my office here at City Hall, because
Okay.
I was here in my office, too, on the second floor.
Okay. Did you receive a message from your wife through your office on the morning of January 4th?
Quite likely, I could have.
Did you or didn't you?
Objection, asked and answered. Overruled.
Quite likely.
Did you or didn't you?
Objection, asked and answered. Sheriff, do you remember whether you received a call or not?
I don't remember if the call came either through my office, because I was going back and forth from second to fourth floor quite a bit, and a lot was happening that day.
So you don't have a specific recollection of receiving this message?
From my wife?
Yes.
I received probably many messages in some respect just throughout the day and days. But at that specific time, no, I do not.
Okay. I think you have what you need.
Sheriff, was that 9:33 call from you to your wife about was the subject matter of that call about her calling Lynette Peralta Haynes?
No, not at all.
So, Sheriff, if we're looking at Exhibit 83, and we look at that 9:33 a.m. call from you to your wife that lasted 36 seconds, the next entry that we see at 10:55 a.m. is a text from your wife to Lynette Peralta Haynes. Do you know what that text message was about?
No, I don't. I don't have any text messages between my wife and Lynette Peralta Haynes, not here.
Did you talk to your wife later and find out what that text message was about?
Later,
At any time?
well, not until the end of the day when I was informed, much later, late in the afternoon, I was informed of all the happenings that were occurring.
Okay.
And no, there was no specifics provided to me about any conversation between my wife and Lynette Peralta Haynes.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, let's go back to the second page of Exhibit 83. That's the page, again, that shows on the top your text message to your wife. Left you a VM but didn't hear back. What happened? Sheriff, was that 1203 text message to ask your wife about what happened with her call with Lynette Peralta Haynes?
Objection, asked and answered. Overruled.
No, I do not believe it is.
Okay. And then if we look at the next entry on Exhibit 83, after that 1203 text message asking your wife what happened, we see at 12:24 p.m., 21 minutes later, a text message from your wife to Ivory Madison saying she's not going to call the police. She's going to open a record with her doctor.
I see that, yes.
Okay. And it is your testimony that there is no connection between your 1203 text message and your wife's subsequent text message to Ivory Madison?
No connection at all.
All right. Now, Sheriff, let's go back to where we left off on January 4th yesterday. You told us that after your budget committee meeting, you were moving from office to office, from your supervisorial office to the sheriff's office. Did you go home after that move?
I quickly went home to grab, I'm trying to recall what time of the day, but I went home to grab some papers and then just left.
Okay. So when you went home, did you go out to the back steps area of your house?
I did. The back door was open.
Okay. And what did you see on the back steps area of your house when you went out there after going home?
My wife engaged in a conversation with the upstairs neighbor.
And the upstairs neighbor is Callie Williams?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, what did you understand their conversation to be about?
I didn't. I didn't stay long enough to have a conversation. I said hi and bye.
Okay. Did you ask your wife to come in and talk with you after she was done?
I didn't ask her to. She did. And it was just simply to talk about the rest of the day as it relates to picking up our son.
Okay. So you didn't ask your wife to come back in when she was done talking to Callie Williams?
I believe not. I believe my wife decided on her own to just come in as I was leaving because I was quickly departing.
Okay. Now, when your wife came back in, how long of a conversation did you have with her?
Maybe 2 minutes, maybe a minute.
Did you talk at all about what your wife and Callie Williams were discussing on the back steps?
No.
Did you talk at all about your wife's earlier conversation that morning with Lynette Peralta Haynes?
No.
You mentioned that your conversation involved picking up your son later in the day.
Yes.
Okay.
It was a quick conversation.
Was there anything else discussed between you and your wife at that time?
Probably me just lamenting all the preparation and kind of the normal chaos of transitioning offices and being inaugurated 4 days away. But I was in and out.
And what was your wife's demeanor during that conversation on January 4th when you were home briefly?
Warm.
She didn't seem concerned?
I think she was concerned about the overall stress because of a great amount of demands that were placed on us in preparing for a big transition.
Okay, Sheriff, I just want to know your impression of how your wife seemed to you, not your view of why she may have been concerned. Did she seem concerned during that conversation with her?
Concerned about what? Could you?
Did she seem happy or did she seem worried?
As I said, I think she seemed warm.
Okay, so she did not seem concerned in that conversation that she had with you when you were home briefly in the middle of the day on the 4th?
No.
Okay. And did your wife inform you of what her plans were for the rest of the day during that conversation?
No.
Okay. Did you inform her what your plans were for the rest of the day after that conversation?
Well, as I said, to return to get some papers to go back to City Hall.
Okay. Anything else? Did you say anything else to your wife about your plans for that afternoon during that conversation?
I may have reminded her about an event that was being thrown in my honor later that afternoon. As I was exiting, there was an event planned for me as the former chair of LAFCO.
That was a Saluna event that was scheduled to occur around 5:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go after you left? Now, do you have an estimate of approximately when you left your home? What time in the afternoon that day?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I was there very short, like I said, a couple minutes.
Okay, and when you left home, where did you go?
City Hall.
Okay. How did you get to City Hall?
I believe I drove.
Okay.
I was darting back and forth, but I often walk from my home to City Hall, too.
Okay. Do you recall one way or the other?
I believe I drove.
Okay.
I believe I did.
And when you got to City Hall on the afternoon of the 4th, approximately what time was it?
Maybe 2 something, maybe later.
Where did you go when you got to City Hall that afternoon?
Well, I would go to my second floor office, and then I would go to the 4th floor here between sheriff and supervisor's office.
Okay. And what were you doing?
As I had shared earlier, we were transitioning out of offices. I was required to vacate my office by Friday, January 6th. So there was a lot of demand for us to be out of our office by Friday, January 6th, so that we'd then make preparations for transition. So there was a lot of responsibility placed on my staff, us, and requirements that we vacate by 5 o'clock on Friday the 6th.
And so what were you actually doing as part of these efforts to vacate your Board of Supervisors office that afternoon?
Well, having to negotiate furniture, files, papers, where things were being sent from my office downstairs to the offices up here, where they weren't entirely ready because they were painting the offices up here and making room and accommodations. So like any time when somebody moves, it's a little distressful.
So were you directing those efforts to move that afternoon?
I wouldn't say I was directing, but I was certainly monitoring.
Okay. What else were you doing that afternoon?
Taking care of business with regard to cleaning up as a supervisor and in preparation for coming into the office of sheriff.
Okay. Did you have any scheduled meetings that afternoon at City Hall?
Impromptu. I believe people came in all the time, which is quite routine anyway as a public servant, as a supervisor, and a lot of people were coming in and stopping me along the way, congratulating me and thanking me and just sharing their well wishes.
Who are some of those people that you saw on the afternoon of January 4th in City Hall?
People around supervisors, fellow supervisors, or other staff, and just constituents.
Can you provide any names?
I'll have to think about it.
Okay.
I'll have to think about it. People come in supervisors' offices all the time. That's quite a normal existence.
I'm asking you to give us names of the people who you spoke with in City Hall on the afternoon of January 4th.
Clerk staff, potentially clerk staff, like Ms. Angela Cavillo, clerk of the board, relating to my own staff and others, yes.
Okay, you mentioned one name, Angela Calvillo. You spoke with her on the afternoon of January 4th while you were attending to your supervisor business?
Yes, I believe I did, and probably other members of the clerk of the board.
Can you give me more names than Angela Calvillo? Can you give us all of the names of the people who you spoke with during that time period?
Objection, asked and answered.
No, I can't.
Okay, I want to say a couple things. First of all, Mr. Wagner, actually, if we have a microphone here, I think it'd probably be helpful if you used it to make objections so that everybody can hear. Is that acceptable? Would you mind moving over there? The second thing I'd like to say, and we said it last night, we're now in a very sensitive part of the hearing where we have testimony coming from witnesses, and so we're going to have to be very strict about comments and outbursts from the crowd. I understand you may feel like you want to have a reaction, and that's natural, but I would ask you to restrain yourself because it is important that we have silence so that we can focus on the witness and the questions. If there is an outburst, I'm directing the sheriff to please remove that person from the proceedings. Thank you.
Sheriff, where were you when you first learned that there was a police investigation of the incident on where were you when you first learned there was a police investigation of the incident between you and your wife that occurred on December 31st?
I received a phone call from my wife sometime after 4 p.m. on January 4th, and she alluded that there was some happening involving the police and the neighbor, and she wanted to come and talk with me. So it was after 4 o'clock on January 4th that I first learned of any of this.
Where were you when
City
you learned?
Hall.
Where in City Hall?
I believe it was my second floor office.
Okay, your old supervisor's office.
Yes, but it was my supervisor's office still.
Who was with you when you learned about that?
Well, I'm sure my staff was present, but it wasn't a conference call, so nobody specifically was with me. I received a direct phone call.
Okay. Had you received text messages from your wife prior to actually speaking with her on the phone that afternoon about the police investigation?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Had you received text messages from Lynette Peralta Haynes that afternoon before speaking with your wife about that investigation?
And only in a very vague way. I believe, if I recall correctly, that the text messages said, "Call me. It's an emergency. Call me."
Okay.
That's all I have seen.
Okay. So, Sheriff, I want to go back to Exhibit 83. We're on page 2 of Exhibit 83. Now, Sheriff, if we go down to 3:47 p.m., we see a text message from Ms. Peralta Haynes to you that says, "Can you call me? It is urgent regarding Ileana." Did you see that text message before or after speaking with your wife that afternoon?
After.
Okay. How do you know that you saw that text message after speaking with your wife that afternoon?
Because I was putting this all together when my wife informed me after 4 o'clock, and it all became more clear what was happening. And that was within the next, if I'm not mistaken, about 20, 25 minutes from when my wife had called me.
No, Sheriff, I want to be clear in my question about this. What I understood you to say was that at least you understood the import of this text message after you spoke with your wife, but I want to make sure that I understand whether you saw this text message before you spoke with your wife.
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. And then we have another text message immediately below that at 3:53 p.m. from Ms. Peralta Haynes to you, stating, "I need to talk to you to protect you. Call me." Do you see that text message?
I do.
Okay. Did you see that text message before you learned about this investigation from your wife in a phone call?
No. Or else, if I had seen the earlier one, I would have responded.
Okay. When you say you would have responded, meaning you would have put in a call?
I would have replied in some fashion, I guess.
Okay. So upon seeing this type of message, your natural response would have been to reply to it, whether by text message or by telephone?
Yes, generally.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, you may not have, earlier we discussed whether you had ever referred to Lynette Peralta Haynes as a domestic violence advocate. You said that you had never personally described Ms. Peralta Haynes that way.
I don't believe I had, no. I knew of some of her background, but that wasn't her relationship with me.
Okay. Now, this text message from Ms. Peralta Haynes at 3:53 p.m. says, "I need to talk to you to protect you. Call me." Do domestic violence advocates normally protect victims or perpetrators of domestic violence?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. There's no foundation.
So, Sheriff, you are aware of media portrayals of Ms. Peralta Haynes as a domestic violence advocate, correct?
I have heard of references.
Okay. But to you, Ms. Peralta Haynes is a campaign manager and political consultant.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I think you've established that fact.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, if we look further in Exhibit 83, if we look on page 3, we see a text message from your wife to you at 4:18 p.m. in the afternoon stating, "Call me, it is an emergency." Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall receiving that text message from your wife?
Yes.
And when what did you do in response to that text message from your wife?
Well, I believe we spoke not long after that.
Okay. And actually, if we look down on Exhibit 83, at 4:23 p.m., we see a call from you to your wife.
Yes, 5 minutes later.
Right. So would that call be in response to her text message?
I believe my wife was following up, correct, from her message.
Well, the call shows that it's from you to your wife, not your wife to you. Do you see that?
It says 0 seconds, though.
Mr. Keith, there are 3 calls at that time, so if you could
Oh, right.
maybe want to
Okay.
be a little clearer.
So, Sheriff, it shows, okay, so there's 3 calls shown at 4:23 p.m.
Yes, apparently I was trying to return my wife's call, unable to get through, so I had made several attempts.
Right. And then she ends up calling you, and that's where we see
At 4:23 p.m., I had called her twice at 4:23, did not connect with her because it says 0 seconds and then 17 seconds, and then I suppose within that minute she called me back.
Okay. So you had attempted to call your wife, and then she basically called you, whether it's lines crossed or any other explanation, but immediately after you tried to call her.
Yes.
Okay. So when you called your wife, had you just read the text message from her?
When I made the phone call, yes.
And at that time, had you also seen the text messages that had come in from Ms. Haynes earlier?
Quite possibly when I was able to review my phone, yes. I see that I had text messages and I needed to, I guess, respond.
Okay. And what did your wife tell you in that 423 phone call?
That she told me that the neighbors next door, Ms. Madison, was pursuing a complaint with the police. She had made mention of a video, which I just learned about for the first time. And she was very concerned, very, very concerned, and wanted to come and meet me and talk with me. And that was pretty much the extent of the conversation.
Okay. And were you in your supervisor's office when you had that call with your wife?
I believe I was either in room 2 or second floor or fourth floor, because I was going back and forth.
Okay. Was there anyone around when you were speaking with your wife for that 5-minute telephone call?
There were many people around because people were moving.
Do you recall any specific names?
Well, my staff certainly was around.
Were they in the room when you were making that call with your wife? Was anyone else in the room?
Well, our doors are really never closed, so people come in and out. Staff like Valley Brown or Robert Selna. Those are two of my principal staff people, and we had volunteers, and Rick Galbraith. But yet, as I said, I was going back and forth between the second and fourth floor.
Okay.
And on the fourth floor would have been Sheriff Secretary Susan Fahey and Under Sheriff Jan Dempsey. She may have left already by that time.
Now, Sheriff, you've given a list of several people who may have been around. Do you have a specific recollection of any individual who definitely was around at the time that you had that telephone call with your wife?
Could you be more clear when you say around?
Okay. Next to you when you made that call with your wife?
Next to me, no, I do not.
Okay.
But I do believe there were people in and out of our office quite a bit because they were working.
Okay. Were there people within earshot when you made that call with your wife in 423?
I'm sure there were.
Okay. Can you identify positively any of those people within earshot at the time that you had that call with your wife at 423?
I cannot.
Now, Sheriff, you sat down with the Bay Guardian in April for a story about the events that had occurred on December 31st and the ensuing police investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Which reporter did you sit down with?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. It's about the subject matter.
There were 3 people present, Bruce Brugman, Tim Redmond, Steve Jones, and actually there was a woman present, but I didn't know her.
Who else was present?
Oh, a man named Jeff Gillinkirk, David Wagner, and Katie Kleissner, I think is her last name.
And how long was that meeting that you had with Bay Guardian reporters?
It was over an hour.
Okay. So, Sheriff, I want to read you a short passage from that story, and you can tell me whether it's accurate or not.
Please.
Okay. Now, this is referring to what happened after you found out about the police investigation from your wife, and just to give you some context.
Objection, lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, Sheriff, I'll just simply read the story, and you can tell me. I'll read this passage. You can tell me whether it's true or not.
Objection, lacks foundation.
Sustained. Counsel, you haven't established what it is. There's no foundation.
Okay.
Sustained.
Oh, yeah.
Can you establish what the document is? We haven't seen it, witness hasn't seen it. I mean, we have no idea what you're reading from is.
Oh, I'm not offering this into evidence. I just want the witness's testimony based on his telling me whether something is true or not. I'm not offering the document.
That's fine, but I think it's more fair for you to show it to the witness. And
Okay.
frankly, I'd like to see it too if you're going to be reading from it.
All right. Well, I do have a copy for the witness.
Okay. Do you have a copy for counsel as well?
No, but I'm happy to show it to counsel. Sheriff, I'm gonna make a box around what I'm gonna read to you so that you can follow it.
Thank you.
So, Sheriff, again, I want to just read this to you, and you can tell me whether it's accurate. They made a couple calls to find an attorney, and he said Lopez had the idea of having their friend, Lynette Peralta Haynes, a domestic violence advocate with the Our Family Coalition, reach out to Madison about why she had gone to police and what could be done at that point. I had no idea what they were going to talk about, Mirkarimi claims.
What is the question?
Oh, so the question is that an accurate account of what occurred in the conversation between you and your wife after you learned about this incident, about the police investigation?
Which part? Could you?
Well, let's take it step by step.
Okay.
So,
Counsel,
I can step back a moment.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you have a copy you can put on this Elmo so we can see it?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
have the copy for. I have this copy for the witness.
That's fine. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. So, Sheriff, after you got this call from your wife, did you make a plan about what to do next? About meeting your wife?
About my wife asked if we can meet, and I said yes. So that, to the extent of a plan, yes.
Okay, and did you meet your wife shortly after this call?
I think it was within about the next 20 or 25 minutes. She had walked to City Hall, and I met her outside on Grove side.
Okay. And then when you met your wife outside the Grove side, did you have a conversation there?
We did.
Okay. How long were you on the Grove side of City Hall outside speaking with your wife?
Well, it was one block up. I saw her coming down. She seemed concerned. I could feel that, especially from the earlier conversation that we had just had on the phone. And so I met her about a block on Grove.
Okay.
I would say about 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And did anybody join the conversation between you and your wife during those 20 to 25 minutes?
No.
Okay, just you and your wife?
Yes.
Okay. So going back to that passage that I read, I want to take it step by step, and you can tell me whether this is accurate. They made a couple calls to find an attorney. Is that accurate? Did you and your wife make a couple of calls to find an attorney at that time?
No.
Okay.
That is not accurate. It was much later.
Okay. When did you make a couple calls to find an attorney?
Oh, it probably had to be after 5:30, 6:30 maybe.
Was it before or after that LAFCO event that you had referenced earlier that you made calls to find an attorney?
It was a conversation, in the first conversation of that day that I had with Ms. Haynes, Lynette Peralta Haynes, was a recommendation as I was on my way to the LAFCO event about an attorney, but I could not complete the conversation because I was already terribly late for that event.
Okay. And then the next part of this passage, after the part that says they made a couple calls to find an attorney, The next part is, and he said Lopez had the idea of having their friend, Lynette Peralta Haynes, a domestic violence advocate with the Our Family Coalition, reach out to Madison about why she had gone to police and what could be done at that point. Is that accurate?
Not entirely, no, it's not.
How is it inaccurate?
That I only had learned later in the day when my wife, Ileana, had informed me of her conversations between she and Lynette and their contact then with the next door neighbor.
And did your wife have the idea of having Lynette Peralta Haynes contact Ivory Madison?
I am not sure about that. If that is the case, that is something that my wife had simply exchanged with Ms. Haynes, but I don't know.
So did you have any part in the decision to call Ivory Madison?
Not at all.
Okay. So to the extent that this story characterizes you as having participated in that decision to call Lynette Peralta Haynes, you disagree with that?
I do. In fact, as the Guardian can probably tell you, I even made a call later that day when this had hit the web, and I had articulated my concern about some of the accuracy on this, but it remained.
Were there other aspects of the article that you expressed concerns about with regard to accuracy? You don't need to tell me them. I just want to know, were there other inaccuracies in the article that you believe that you found?
I believe that this is what stood out, and this section had stood out the most to me, but there might have been, yes.
Okay. So, Sheriff, tell me more about the 20-minute conversation that you had with your wife when you were outside City Hall. What was discussed in that conversation?
Well, I was listening mostly. My wife had proceeded to tell me about what was happening with the neighbor. She informed me about the existence of this video. I did not know about it. And then she told me that she felt betrayed by the neighbors because they went forward to call authorities. I could see my wife was scared, concerned, and angry of what the neighbor was doing. I was informed that my wife had this relationship with the neighbor as if the neighbor was her attorney. I did not know that, in the respect that Ms. Madison had been either contracted or there was an arrangement for her to act as an attorney for my wife. And my wife was suggesting to me that, she was asking me, because she was not familiar with the system, of what can we do about this. And I was just trying to absorb it all, process what was happening. But I was very clear with my wife that, and I remember the quote that I said to her, I said, this bell, you can't unring this bell, and we must follow through with this process.
Now, there was a call that you had later with Ms. Peralta Haynes.
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed in that call with Ms. Peralta Haynes?
Well, this is the first phone call I had with Ms. Peralta Haynes, direct contact. And it sounded a little bit of her also informing me of what she knew about of what occurred in her conversation with my wife, Ileana, and then the next door neighbor. It wasn't a long conversation. And again, I was listening because I'm learning of all this for the first time, first then my wife and then Ms. Peralta Haynes. So I am taking in information.
Now, at the time when you had that telephone call, well, actually, let me step back for a moment. Did Ms. Peralta Haynes inform you of a conversation that she had with Ivory Madison?
She did.
Okay. Was that in the first call that you had with her that afternoon?
We're almost in the evening now, so could you be a little more specific?
Okay.
It's in the evening.
All right. Was it in the first call that you had with Lynette Peralta Haynes that she informed you that she had had a conversation with Ivory Madison?
I don't remember if it's first or second, but I could possibly refresh my memory if I look at the log.
Okay.
Is that okay? Counselor, maybe you can help me as to which time are we talking about. I see 5:20 p.m. I'm sorry, 5:20 p.m. There's a 5-second phone call. 5:20. The first phone call I have with Ms. Peralta Haynes is at 5:24 p.m. Are we in agreement?
Sheriff, you're just looking at this to refresh your recollection, so I just want to let you testify as to what your recollection is.
Okay, well, I want to be accurate. So,
Okay, I do think it is important that we're accurate here. I see a call at 5:12 p.m. from Ross Mirkarimi to Lynette Haynes. Is that the call that the question is about, Mr. Keith, or is there one earlier that you're referring to in your questioning?
The question, if I recall what it exactly was, the question was, what time did the sheriff have a call with Ms. Peralta Haynes where he found out that she had had a conversation with Ms. Madison? And so this is to assist him in recollecting. I wasn't trying to pin down when the first call was, but when the call was regarding this particular conversation that Ms. Peralta Haynes had had with Ms. Madison.
Okay. Do you have the question in mind, sir?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I believe so, that this is the first I'm learning of contact between my wife, Ms. Peralta Haynes, and then I think Ms. Madison.
Was that in the first call that you had with Ms. Madison reflected in the record? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Was that in the first call with Ms. Peralta Haynes that we have here reflected in Exhibit 83?
At 5:12 p.m., maybe, because there wasn't a lot of time to go into detail at all, but I will say maybe.
Okay. If it was, and was it in the first or second? Was it in a call that you had with Ms. Peralta Haynes before you got to the LAFCO meeting that you found out about that she had had a conversation with Ms. Madison?
I remember that I was walking feverishly to the LAFCO event because I was getting calls from people there, where am I, you're late. And I did have a phone call with Ms. Peralta Haynes while I was en route to Soli Luna.
Okay, and it was it in one of the conversations that you had with Ms. Peralta Haynes before you got to Soluna that she told you about the conversation that she had with Ivory Madison?
You know, maybe, because there was only really one phone call that I had with Ms. Haynes where we connected. There had been some attempts, but only one, I think, by the time I got to Soli Luna.
So was it at some point in the late afternoon or evening of January 4th that you learned from Ms. Peralta Haynes that she had had a conversation with Ivory Madison earlier that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Peralta Haynes tell you about the content of that conversation with Ms. Madison?
It was very brief, very, very brief. She said that Ms. Madison was apparently she wasn't listening to Ileana. Ileana was very concerned, scared, and she thought the neighbor was crazy.
Okay. This is what Ms. Peralta Haynes thought?
Yes.
Or what she informed you?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
she was characterizing, she thought the neighbor was just crazy, and she was very concerned for Ileana.
Okay. Did Ms. Peralta Haynes tell you about anything that she suggested to the neighbor?
No, she didn't. She told me that the one phrase I remember, she said that they were, please respect Ileana.
And please respect Ileana, meaning don't call the police about a domestic violence incident?
No, she never qualified that to me. She just said, please respect Ileana.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. You're saying that Ms. Haynes told you that she said that to Ms. Madison?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Did Ms. Haynes express an opinion to you about what she thought about Ms. Madison calling the police?
No, except the fact that she thought Ms. Madison looked like was trying to hurt Ileana, and or she didn't know what was going on.
So did Ms. Peralta Haynes express concern about the impact on you of the existence of a police investigation?
She did, yes.
Okay. What did she say?
To be aware that this is happening, but she didn't really have to say anything. Just knowing that myself, I knew that that would have impact.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, is domestic violence a laughing matter?
Of course not.
When people joke about domestic violence, they devalue victims.
I think so.
When people joke about domestic violence, they make light of something that's in fact a serious crime.
Objection. Relevance.
I'm going to overrule it.
Rephrase, please.
When people joke about domestic violence, they make light of something that's in fact a serious crime.
Yes.
You made a joke about domestic violence at your inauguration.
Objection. States facts not in evidence.
I did not
Overruled.
make a joke about domestic violence.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, I didn't understand.
I said I did not make a joke about domestic violence. I would not.
You didn't refer in a humorous fashion to the existence of a police investigation of what happened on December 31st?
Please clarify.
Okay. Did you refer in a humorous way at your inauguration speech to the police investigation that was ongoing about what you did on December 31st?
If I did, that was certainly wrong of me, but the answer is I don't believe I did at all.
Okay. For the commission, I'd like to play a video at this point. It's something that we're happy to submit and mark, and we can. I think our next exhibit in order would be Exhibit 24. Or, I'm sorry, 84.
Have you informed opposing counsel what you're planning to show?
I have not.
What is it?
It's a clip from the sheriff's inauguration speech.
And what is the purpose of the request to play it?
Well, it's admissible as a party admission, but he's making a joke about the police investigation.
So you think it's a prior inconsistent statement?
As well as a party admission.
Okay. Any objection? Please. Counsel, do you have a transcript of it, or, I mean, typically if you're...
I don't have a transcript of it.
Counsel?
It's a little hard, I'm sorry, it's a little hard to know whether or not we should object since we haven't seen it.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a statement from your client, it's likely to come in. If you have an objection subsequently, we're not a jury. We can disregard it if legally we should.
And certainly if they believe that it's incomplete and more needs to be shown, they have an opportunity to
Right. You'll
make
have
that
an
argument.
opportunity to redirect.
Okay. Can you show the inauguration clip?
Can we get this on the screen? Thank you. It's the first one, right, Peter?
See Mirkarimi at the same time I see the screen, actually.
There we go.
Re-educate people what the sheriff's office does. And like here today, I was even afraid, like during the election itself, that we would garner little media attention, but I think we took care of that. The sheriff's department that I walk into is
Sorry, Peter.
Sheriff, is joking about a domestic violence investigation the right thing for a sheriff to do?
Objection. There's a
I
foundation.
did not joke about domestic violence.
I will overrule the objection. The answer is in.
What was that joke about?
Breaking ice of a very stressful situation that was being narrated by the press.
That was a reference to the ongoing interest in what happened between you and your wife on December 31st.
That was referring specifically to the media.
It was referring to the media's interest in what happened on December 31st between you and your wife.
It was referring to the media.
Just the media in general?
Just what that clip said, it was referring to the media, to the press. And I was making light of a situation which was stressful and tension-based about there being any interest in the inaugural proceedings.
You knew that the basis for the media interest in those inaugural proceedings was their interest in what happened on December 31st between you and your wife.
Not necessarily.
You think that the media was so interested in those proceedings because of some other issue?
That I was being inaugurated the 35th sheriff of the city and county of San Francisco, the first time that there had been an open election for sheriff in 32 years. I would hope that too.
Okay. Sheriff, when you made that joke, what were you referring to?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm not sure we've gotten a clear answer. Oh, overruled.
Simply referring to the media interest because there had been a lot of media interest, but not making light of domestic violence, not at all.
Were you referring to the media interest in what happened between you and your wife on December 31st?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I answered the question, and I believe that I was referring to the media interest of the inaugural and all the reasons that may have brought them to the inaugural.
Did those reasons that brought the media to the inaugural and generated media interest in the inaugural include what happened between you and your wife on December 31st?
I cannot speak for the media. I only spoke to the size of the media, and there was a sizable contingent of media. That was my reference.
Sheriff, you know that there was a sizable contingent of media because of what happened between you and your wife on December 31st and the police investigation of that, do you not?
That could very well be.
Okay,
yes.
that was your assumption when you made that remark, was it not?
That could very well be about the interest in our inaugural.
I didn't ask about the media. I asked about what your assumption was about why the media was there when you made that remark at your inauguration.
Objection. Argumentative.
Sheriff, I think we could move on if we just got a clear answer from you on this.
Well, I'm speculating, but my
He's asking
reason...
about what you were thinking when you made that remark. Were you referring to the media attention that was resulted from the investigation of the incident on December 31st?
I was, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's move on.
Sheriff, is domestic violence a private family matter?
It is not.
When law enforcement treats domestic violence as a private family matter, it continues.
Is this a question?
It is.
Yes.
When law enforcement treats domestic violence as a private family matter, it escalates.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Do you know, Sheriff?
Yes.
Would you agree that when law enforcement tells the public that domestic violence is a private family matter, that sends the wrong message to victims?
Yes.
And would you agree that when law enforcement announces that domestic violence is a private family matter, that sends the wrong message to perpetrators?
Yes.
Sheriff, you were asked a question after your inauguration by the media about the ongoing investigation of the December 31st incident, were you not?
I was asked a number of questions, but I made a statement. Yes.
And that statement that you made was in response to a number of questions about that December 31st incident.
I initiated the press conference with a statement,
Okay.
not in response.
During that press conference, were you asked about what happened on December 31st between you and your wife?
I believe so.
Okay. And in response to one of those questions, you called domestic violence, in response to one of those questions, you answered that it was a private family matter.
I believe I did.
Okay. Should the sheriff be referring to a violent incident that's under investigation between a man and his wife as a private family matter?
No.
We just discussed all the negative effects of law enforcement calling domestic violence a private family matter.
Yes.
Okay. And you called this incident on December 31st a private family matter?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, you knew when you made those responses to the press what you had done on December 31st.
Yeah.
Objection. Calls for speculation. Vague.
Vague is sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, when you made that remark to the media that this was a private family matter, in your mind at that time, you knew that you had injured your wife on December 31st.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, when you called that incident a private family matter, you knew that what you had done on December 31st was wrong.
Yes.
Okay. "20 or 30 years ago, law enforcement used to treat domestic violence as a private family matter."
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, are you aware of the history of law enforcement treatment of domestic violence and the advances that have been made in recent decades with regard to treatment of domestic violence incidents by law enforcement?
I am, yes.
Okay. Are you in favor of those advances in law enforcement treatment of domestic violence that have occurred?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Advances like, are you in favor of the policy of prosecuting domestic violence crimes where there is evidence of domestic violence, even if the victim is non-cooperative?
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, I'd like to move forward a few days to the few days before your arrest. Your arrest happened on January 13th. In the days leading up to January 13th, you had a number of calls with Lynette Peralta Haynes.
Yes.
Okay. You had a number of meetings with her in those days?
I don't recall how many meetings exactly,
Okay.
but not many.
Okay. Did you have discussions about what kind of message you wanted to be sending out to the media about what happened on December 31st and what charges might arise from it?
Oh, I believe the conversation came up, yes.
Okay. And you had those conversations with your political advisors?
Volunteers, advisors, people often were coming to me, making suggestions.
Okay. You had those conversations about the media strategy with Lynette Peralta Haynes?
I think Ms. Peralta Haynes was making suggestions or texting me suggestions.
Okay. Who else was involved in developing a media strategy in response to the potential for criminal charges?
Well, there wasn't much of a media strategy, but people who would, I think, participate or speak were Jim Stearns, who's the consultant that I hired during my campaign for sheriff, and my attorney then, Bob Wagner.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, there's an exhibit in your exhibit binder, Exhibit 81. Could you turn to that exhibit?
Yes.
Mr. Keefe, you gave a 1-hour time estimate yesterday. How much more do you think you have?
Commissioners, I apologize. I think I have more. I think I have about 40 or 45 minutes more.
Okay. Why don't you proceed? I don't know whether we can counsel whether you need to notify your client, but it does not look like we will have the mayor at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, Sheriff, are you at Exhibit 81?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for the Commission, Exhibit 81 is a series of text messages between Sheriff Mirkarimi and Lynette Peralta Haynes.
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, I'm going to ask you to go, well, first of all, before we go to a particular message, there was a rally in front of City Hall by domestic violence advocates in the few days before you were arrested. Do you recall that rally occurring?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I'm laying a foundation for a subsequent message to provide context to something that is relevant.
Why don't you get to the main
Okay.
issue, and if there's an objection, we need to
Okay.
go back and establish foundation, we can.
Okay. Sheriff, would you turn to, and I apologize to the Commission for these pages being unnumbered, but there are there's a text message on January 12th at 4:04 p.m. that I wanted to ask the Sheriff about. It's about 8 or 9 pages in. And it's shown on 2 different pages, but the second page shows the full text message. So, Sheriff, looking at this January 12th, 4:04 p.m. text message, this is the text message that you sent Lynette Peralta Haynes?
I'm sorry, 404, yes.
And in that text message, you're expressing dismay that Beverly Upton has been part of a rally of domestic violence advocates calling for your resignation.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you've always been a fervent supporter of the DV community.
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, you were concerned about how the domestic violence community seemed to not be supporting you.
Not communicating with me.
Did you have any concerns that they weren't supporting you?
Yes.
Did you feel betrayed by the domestic violence community?
Wouldn't say betrayed, but I would say alarmed.
Did you feel that you had been loyal to them in the past?
Yes.
Did you feel that they were being disloyal to you by not supporting you?
No, I was alarmed by the lack of communication.
Okay. So you had no concerns about the substantive position that they were taking, that you should resign?
Well, I have concerns, yes.
Okay. And those concerns stemmed in part from the fact that you had supported their causes in the past and you felt betrayed.
Well, that I had a strong relationship with not the community but with the cause.
Okay. And then there's a line here in this text message that says, "Am I really guilty until proven innocent?" You see that?
I do.
Okay, you sent that message to Ms. Peralta Haynes on January 12th.
Yes, in response to her message, yes.
Okay, and you were concerned that you were being treated as guilty until proven innocent.
Objection. Relevance. I don't understand the relevance of this line of questioning.
I'm not sure I do either, but this exhibit was stipulated. It's in evidence, so I'm going to let him ask it, but I would like to get to the point.
Okay.
You may answer the question.
Yes, because this is before I was charged and no process had unfolded yet.
But you knew at the time that you sent this text message that you had injured your wife.
Yes.
And as you told us last night, you in fact committed a crime on December 31st.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And you reference here political forces at work.
Yes.
Okay. You felt that there were political forces at work to prosecute you.
Objection. Relevance.
Getting close, Mr. Keith.
Okay.
I'm going to overrule it, but what is your point? You may answer.
I am speculating. Yes.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, can you turn to, it's a text message that's further in. It's still a text message on January 12th. It's about 6 pages in. It begins with, "Quite agree." And it's actually shown on 2 pages, and the second page shows the full message.
Can you give us a date and time?
It's a January 12th, and it's immediately above a text message that was sent at 10:05 p.m.
Yes.
So, Sheriff, this is the text message that you sent to Lynette Peralta Haynes?
Yes.
Okay, and in this text message, you state, "A loud drumbeat needs to vibe that this is a political witch hunt." What does it mean? What did you mean when you said a loud drumbeat needs to vibe?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
That our messaging needs to get out, that concerns exchanged between Ms. Haynes, Peralta Haynes, and myself was that we had been quiet.
And the message that had to get out was that this was all political.
It appeared, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, what message did you intend to send out on January 12th? What message did you say you wanted to send out on January 12th?
Well, in response, just what I said, that a vibe that needs to vibe that this is a witch hunt.
Okay. You wanted that to be the media strategy.
Objection. Relevance asked and answered.
I think it's been answered. Sustained.
Okay.
Sheriff, you knew at the time that you sent this message that you had injured your wife on December 31st.
Objection asked and answered.
I think it's foundational. Overruled.
Yes.
You knew that you had actually committed a crime.
Yes.
Okay. Whose political witch hunt was it?
Objection. Relevance.
Who was behind it?
Wait, there's an objection pending. Are you withdrawing the question? Did you withdraw the question and since you've made another one?
I can offer another question that's more full. Sheriff, the drumbeat that needed to vibe that this is a political witch hunt, what was the drumbeat about who was behind the political witch hunt that you wanted to send out?
Objection. Relevance asked and answered.
I'm going to overrule it.
Potential opponents from the previous campaign, which we were, I was aware of that this was an opportunity to make whatever capital hay out of what was occurring.
Now, your opponents in the sheriff's race, neither of them was in the district attorney's office, right?
No.
I'm sorry, the question was confusing. Both of your opponents in the sheriff's race, they were in law enforcement, correct?
Well, there was actually 3 opponents, but
I'm
2
sorry.
active opponents were in law enforcement, correct?
Okay. Were any of your opponents in the sheriff's race in the DA's office?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Was part of the message that you wanted to send out was that the district attorney was on a political witch hunt to get you?
Objection. Relevance asked and answered.
I'm happy to address the relevance objection, and this has not been asked and answered.
It hasn't been asked and answered. You may address the relevance objection.
The objection goes to relations with other law enforcement agencies. I'm sorry, the relevance goes to a relation with another law enforcement agency, that is accusing another law enforcement agency of political action when the sheriff knows that he's committed a crime.
So, can you read back the question, please?
Part of the message that you wanted to send out was that the district attorney was on a political witch hunt to get you.
I'll overrule the objection.
The question again, please.
Madam Court Reporter, could you reread the question?
Was part of the message that you wanted to send out was that the district attorney was on a political witch hunt to get you.
No.
Did you instruct the people sending out the media message to stay away from attacks on the district attorney?
Objection. Relevance.
I did not instruct at all. Any
Overruled.
messaging or discussion that took place was speculative.
So who did you give a direction to send out this vibe? Did you give Lynette Peralta Haynes a direction to send out that vibe that this is a political witch hunt?
Objection. Relevance.
Counsel, a couple more questions on this, but we're getting far afield. I'm going to allow this one.
No.
Okay. Did you tell anybody To send out a vibe that this is a political witch hunt?
Well, I believe I answered that in speculation to an exchange, a text exchange with Ms. Peralta Haynes. What resulted is not, but just an exchange.
So you exchanged text messages with Lynette Peralta Haynes about a matter of strategy, a matter of media strategy. Did you take any action to implement that media strategy?
No.
Okay. Did anybody take any action to implement that media strategy?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Let me put it this way. If anybody took steps to implement that media strategy, you don't know about it.
Objection, calls for speculation. How would my client know that?
Sustained.
Now, Sheriff, at one point you met with members of the Deputy Sheriff's Association to discuss the charges against you.
Yes.
What did you tell them in that meeting?
I don't recall word for word, but explaining to them the situation so that they would be aware that I was still able and capable and that the Sheriff's Department would continue to run well.
Okay. Now, just to step back, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, that's the union of sheriff's deputies.
Yes, but there's two unions in the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And there's another union for command staff?
Management.
Yes. And then there's the Deputy Sheriff's Association, which is the line deputies.
That's right.
Okay. When did you meet with the Deputy Sheriff's Association to talk about the charges against you?
Objection, relevance.
I'll hear argument on it.
There's nothing in the mayor's charges regarding any meeting with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. There's no foundation of how any such meeting may be connected to the charges. There's nothing at all about the Deputy Sheriff's Association that's related to the charges of official misconduct.
Is this going to a prior inconsistent statement?
It's going to, yes, and it's going to leadership issues, which are part of what's part of the charges and part of the standard of conduct for a chief law enforcement officer.
Get there quickly. Overruled.
Okay. Sheriff, when did you meet with the Deputy Sheriff's Association?
You would have to help me refresh my memory.
Okay. Was it after charges had been filed against you?
Again, you would have to help me refresh my memory.
Okay. It was after it came to light that there was a police investigation that you met with the Deputy Sheriff's Association?
Objection, asked and answered.
It's a different question. I'll overrule it.
I met with the Deputy Sheriff's Association to continue to update them as to what was occurring.
Okay. And the first time you met with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, did you tell them that you were going to fight the charges?
I believe I would, yes.
And did you tell them that you didn't do it?
I would have to see a record of that.
Do you remember? Did you tell them that you didn't do it?
I may have, yes, that I was going to fight the charges, yes.
Okay. And at the time when you had that meeting with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, you knew that you had, in fact, injured your wife on December 31st?
Yes.
Okay. But you told them that you didn't do it?
I said that I was going to fight the charges, I believe, yes.
Okay, you said you were going to fight the charges.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall, but you may have said that you didn't do it.
Objection, asked and answered.
I think the second part is unclear.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Sheriff, you may answer.
It would be helpful if I had a transcript.
Okay.
Sheriff, is it your testimony that you don't remember whether you said you didn't do it?
Yes, that is
Okay.
mine.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, you were arrested on January 13th, 2012.
Yes.
You came down to county jail in the company of your attorney at that time, Mr. Wagner, not Mr. Wagner here, but a different Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
And you met Inspector Daniele and Inspector Becker of the San Francisco Police Department at County Jail?
I believe there were 4 inspectors altogether.
Okay. Do you remember Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele being 2 of the gentlemen who were there from the police department?
Yes.
And those inspectors from the police department, Daniele and Becker, placed you under arrest?
Yes.
Okay. They served you with an emergency protective order?
Yes.
Okay. They explained to you the provisions of the emergency protective order?
Yes.
They explained to you that this emergency protective order prohibited you from owning or possessing any firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Inspectors Becker and Daniele advised you that you had to surrender all of your firearms?
Yes.
Okay. They advised you that there were 3 weapons registered to you?
Yes.
There was a Smith & Wesson revolver registered to you?
Yes.
A Sig Sauer pistol registered to you?
Yes.
And a Beretta pistol registered to you?
Right. Yes.
And did you make any statements to the police inspectors about how many weapons you had?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police inspectors that you only had 2 weapons?
That I wasn't sure about the location of the 3rd. Yes.
Okay. Let's take this step by step. You told the police that you certainly had 2 of these 3 weapons.
Yes.
Didn't you tell the police that you had sold your Smith & Wesson revolver to another recruit at the police academy in 1996?
I was speculating, because it had been since the academy that I had unearthed the weapon, and I was flustered. I was trying to recall where the weapon was because they were asking me, and I was thinking out loud.
Okay. Okay. Did you know the location at the time? Let me strike that. At the time when you spoke with inspectors and Daniele, did you know the location of your Beretta and your Sig Sauer pistols?
I did.
Where were they located?
Downstairs in a storage room. I was having to focus because a lot was happening at that very moment. But downstairs in our condo, there's a storage area, and that is where the Sig 40 caliber and Beretta 9 were located in a cabinet.
And the storage area where they were located in your building, is that a shared storage area?
It is not.
Okay. Is it a separate storage area dedicated to you?
Yes.
Okay. And within that storage area, where were the guns?
In a cabinet, they were stored in a cabinet, large, tall cabinet, where they were stored.
Okay. Did the cabinet itself have a lock on it?
It did.
Objection.
And
Answers in.
and the door to the storage area was both padlocked and bolt locked.
Okay. And where was your Smith & Wesson revolver?
Also in the same location, different cabinet.
Okay. When you say same location, you mean within your storage unit,
Correct.
but not with your other pistols?
That's right.
Okay. So in this conversation with Inspectors Becker and Daniele, is it your testimony that you told them that you didn't know where your Smith & Wesson gun was, or whether you even still owned it?
I believe so. I was flustered because I wanted to be specific, and I was trying to be as specific as I could. And at that moment, I wanted to be as precise as I possibly could. The storage room was a mess.
So Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele told you that they would give you 24 hours to locate your weapons?
I recall so, yes.
Okay. And Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele also asked you for proof of sale of the Smith & Wesson revolver.
I believe so.
And you made an agreement with Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele that your attorney would contact them and turn the weapons over to them the next day.
Yes, I allowed my attorney, who stepped in to facilitate the conversation from there on.
Okay. And that was the agreement that was made in that conversation?
I believe so.
Okay. You were present when that agreement was made?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in that conversation down there at County Jail with Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele, was it ever discussed that you would be turning the weapons over to the San Francisco Sheriff's Department instead?
I left that to my attorney because when I was being processed, my attorney was then continuing whatever conversation he had with the inspectors.
During the time when you were present for this discussion about what was going to be done with the weapons, was it ever discussed that these weapons would be turned over to the Sheriff's Department instead of the Police Department?
I believe so, but again, I was allowing my attorney to facilitate that exchange.
Sheriff, the question is about the conversation that occurred when you were present, not about conversations that may have occurred when you were not present.
No, I'm talking about when I was present.
Okay. So when you were present, it's your testimony that it was that it was discussed that weapons would be turned over to the Sheriff's Department instead of the Police Department?
And the reason why is that I was not allowed to go home. There was a stay-away order. And so I was thinking out loud about the location of the weapons so that there would be a precise procurement possession of the weapons. That's why that conversation entered in.
Sheriff, I don't understand your answer. I'm going to try and ask the question in a different way. While you were present, did you raise the prospect of you turning the weapons over to the Sheriff's Department?
I did not, no.
Okay. While that discussion was occurring, while you were present, did your attorney discuss with Inspector Becker and Inspector Daniele turning the weapons over to the Sheriff's Department?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And was that agreement made? That that's how it was going to happen, that the weapons were going to be turned over to the Sheriff's Department?
Well, that was my impression, yes.
Okay. So when you left that meeting, it was your impression that the weapons were going to be turned over to the Sheriff's Department and not the Police Department?
Yes.
Okay.
As instructions by my attorney.
Okay, so was the impression that you got based on a conversation you had with your attorney or based on the conversation that you had with Inspectors Becker and Daniele?
Well, my attorney was present during the conversation, and based on the discussion that was taking place, I understood that the weapons would be turned over to the police department, but over the Saturday, I believe it was the Saturday, that it would be first handed over to the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, and this is a discussion that you had with Inspectors Becker and Daniele?
No, it is what my attorney had instructed me or had suggested to me.
Okay, so your information about any conversation that may have been had with Inspectors and Daniele isn't firsthand. Is that correct?
Yes and no. Part of it was firsthand, and part of it was not.
On the specific issue of whether the weapons were going to be turned over to the Sheriff's Department rather than the Police Department, were you present for any such discussion at County Jail?
I believe it was mentioned, yes, by my attorney to the inspectors.
Okay. While you were there, was it mentioned while you were there by your attorney to the inspectors?
Objection, asked and answered.
Counsel, to me, it's clear. He has said that they were there. He was there, lawyer was there, Inspector Daniele was there, and this issue was discussed. That is my impression of the testimony. So I think you've got that. So why don't you get to whatever point you're trying to make with this line?
Okay. So, Sheriff,
Yes, we have some more witnesses.
what did you understand your agreement to be with those police inspectors when you finished the discussion with them?
Regarding the weapons?
Yes.
My understanding, as it was relayed by the police inspectors to me with my attorney present, that the weapons would be located by my attorney, that the attorney would acquire the weapons and then facilitate an exchange with a representative in the Sheriff's Department and then hand them to the San Francisco Police Department.
So part of the agreement would be that your attorney would go to your home and retrieve the weapons.
He or have somebody, a proxy, to do so, correct.
Okay. Now, did it come to your attention on Saturday that the police inspectors wanted to get your weapons?
No.
Did you make any calls to anyone in the Sheriff's Department with regard to your weapons on Friday or Saturday? This is the 13th or the 14th.
I don't recall if I called anybody in the Sheriff's Department, but I do recall asking my attorney if they were successfully acquired.
Okay. Did you give your attorney any direction with regard to contacting people in the Sheriff's Department?
No, except the fact that my attorney knew already beforehand the contact of retired Undersheriff Jan Dempsey and made contact with her, I believe.
Okay, I'm going to move to strike everything after the word no.
Can you read back the question, please?
Question, sir, or the answer?
Question.
Did you give your attorney any direction with regard to contacting people in the Sheriff's Department?
Overruled. It's an open-ended question.
Were you contacted by anyone on Saturday, January 14th, with regard to the status of your weapons?
I believe my attorney, yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
I may have been contacted by Undersheriff Jan Dempsey,
Okay.
yes.
What was that? What conversation do you have with Undersheriff Dempsey on Saturday, the 14th?
I'm trying to recall, but it might have been that they were in conversation with our attorney. That's it. With the attorney about the weapons.
Okay. And who initiated the call with Undersheriff Dempsey? Did she call you or did you call her?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you give her any direction in that call?
No.
Did she ask for any direction in that call?
No.
Did she give you any information about what was going to happen as a result of that call?
No.
Did she give you any information about her intentions about what to do after that call?
Other than she must abide by the order and by the normal procedures for, I think, acquiring weapons.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, the weapons weren't actually transferred to the police department until after a court order was issued.
I believe so.
Okay. What conversations, if any, did you have with the members of the Sheriff's Department with regard to your weapons between Saturday, January 14th and the issuance of that court order later the following week?
I believe none.
Okay. Did you get any information from the Sheriff's Department about the status of your weapons during that time?
Only that they had received them over the weekend, and that's it. I never asked further.
Did you give any direction to the Sheriff's Department with regard to your weapons over that time?
No.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, to prosecute crimes, law enforcement depends on witnesses to come forward. Correct?
Yes.
And domestic violence is an underreported crime, correct?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. Witnesses are needed to prosecute domestic violence crimes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
And if witnesses don't come forward, then domestic violence victims remain in the shadows.
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, in open court, when you pled guilty, you made a statement.
Objection, lacks foundation.
I think he's establishing it. Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Commissioners, the statement is at Exhibit 36. I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. It's in Volume 1. So we could
Yes. Thank you.
So, Sheriff, have you found Exhibit 36 in that binder?
Almost.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Commissioners, I'd like to read the statement that the Sheriff made as a party admission, and then I'm going to proceed and ask him some questions about it. This is at Exhibit 36, page 4, line 18, through page 5, line 1. Begins with the defendant as the speaker, and the words are, "Thank you, Your Honor. I want to be back with my family, and I want this to end. I would like to offer my sincere apology to Ms. Madison, her family, my neighbors, my department, the Sheriff's Department, and the people of San Francisco. I realize that what was reported to the police was out of desire to help my family. I truly regret that these proceedings may have caused the Madison family or anyone any suffering, grief, embarrassment, or harassment, or damage to their reputations. I want to thank the District Attorney and my counsel for their professionalism." Sheriff, when you made that apology to Ivory Madison and her family, did you mean it?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And you realize that what occurred during the criminal proceedings included a lot of stories in the newspapers regarding Ivory Madison?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
The question again?
Okay. At the time you made this apology, you knew that there had been many stories in the newspaper about Ivory Madison that painted her in a not very flattering way.
I believe so.
Okay. She was painted as a fake lawyer.
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know, you may answer.
I believe so.
Okay. She was portrayed as a crazy feminist radical.
I don't know.
Okay. She was portrayed as a tool of your political enemies.
No.
You don't think she was ever portrayed that way in the media?
I don't.
Objection. I don't understand how the media's portrayal of Ms. Madison is related to the charge.
It's pretty tangential. We have allowed some testimony with respect to how she was portrayed in the media. Mr. Keith, get to the point.
Okay.
I'm going to let this one.
Sheriff, part of your criminal defense strategy was a press strategy.
Objection, attorney-client privilege.
Sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, during the time that charges were pending against you, you spoke with political consultants outside the presence of attorneys, didn't you?
Maybe.
Okay. And in those conversations with political consultants, you discussed media strategy?
I'm sure, yes.
Okay. And that was a media strategy was part of your defense strategy.
I don't know if I could say it was or not.
Counsel, that question was asked and objection
Okay.
was sustained.
Okay. Now, Ms. Madison reported an incident that occurred between you and your wife on December 31st.
Yes.
Okay. And that is an incident in which you committed a violent act against your wife.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay.
Mr. Keith, you've gone well over your time
Okay.
estimate, and if you're going to ask the same questions, it's problematic.
Sheriff, before March 12th, did you make any public statement to disavow any of these portrayals of Ivory Madison that were in the media?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't believe I made any public statements at all.
Okay. Did you ever direct anyone not to make attacks on Ivory Madison?
I never direct anybody to attack or not attack.
Sheriff, is it your testimony that on December 31st, after you and your wife returned home from that trip to the restaurant, there was no argument at all in the house?
My wife and I did not go to the restaurant together. My wife went to the restaurant on her own.
Sheriff, I'm talking about this lunchtime trip to the restaurant in the van on December 31st, where you turned around the van.
There was no argument in the house. No, there was not.
None whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. There was absolutely, and it's your testimony, there was no physical contact in the house.
No.
Okay.
Not unwelcomed.
Right. Your testimony that there was no pushing, pulling, or grabbing in the house.
None. No.
Okay. Just a single grab in the van. That's your testimony.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, Sheriff, after you were convicted and sentenced, the mayor met with you.
Yes. He met with me twice.
There was a meeting you had with the mayor where he gave you a choice. He said you could resign or you would be suspended, and he would initiate misconduct charges against you.
That's right.
Now,
I'm sorry, I misspoke. When I meant twice, I meant before and after me entering a plea.
Okay. I'm referring to so sounds like when the mayor gave you this choice, that was after was the second of those
That's
two
correct.
meetings.
Yes.
Okay. And that meeting was after you were actually sentenced. On March 19th, you were sentenced.
Yes.
And that second meeting with the mayor where he gave you a choice between resigning or suspension was after you were sentenced.
That is correct.
Okay. As of that time, you had been convicted?
Sentenced, yes.
Yes. Convicted and sentenced?
Yes.
Okay. You were on probation?
Yes.
Okay. And you were at the very beginning of your 3 years of probation?
Yes.
Okay. You had let down the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Okay. Under those circumstances, wasn't the honorable thing to do to resign?
Objection. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, irrelevant.
A chief law enforcement officer can certainly testify as to what is considered to be honorable under the circumstances.
I'll allow the question.
That's a hard question, and the answer is a hard one, too. I believe that given the choices that had been presented to me by the mayor, I did exactly as I should.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Redirect.
May I request a 5-minute recess?
Actually, that's probably a good idea so we can give the court reporter a break. We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
the microphones on? Okay. Mr. Wagner, please proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll try to keep my questions brief. Sheriff, I'd like to take you back to the morning of December 31st, 2011. You testified earlier that you had an argument with your wife. Can you tell us what was that argument about?
It was about an impending trip that my wife, Eliana, had informed me of that she was going to take to Venezuela, potentially a rather long trip. And this is not an unfamiliar discussion that we've had in the past because of previous trips that had taken place.
And why did you become upset?
I became upset because of a trip that took place about 5 to 6 months earlier where my wife had taken our son, which I was very supportive of. I was under the impression that that trip would be for several weeks, and it turned out to be over 2 months. And I was, and that's not the first time that that had happened, and I was sad and scared to be without my family and be without both my wife and son.
Why is that?
Well, I think for any, well, at least for myself, any parent, I mean, I love my family, and I didn't want to be without my son for that long period of time.
Why does talking about your son upset you?
Objection, lacks foundation.
I think he's testified. I'm not sure actually you got upset. I'll sustain the objection. You can lay the foundation.
So you mentioned, you've testified that that morning you became upset and you had an argument with your wife about a trip, a possible trip to Venezuela.
Well, my wife had declared, I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
What was it about that particular argument? What was said that made you so upset?
Of experiencing the loss and separation again for an indeterminate period of time of how long we would be apart. This springs from a previous quarrel that we had and long-standing conversations about long trips abroad where she would take our son Theo, and they would be a lot longer than had been initially agreed upon.
And prior to the morning of December 31st, 2011, had you discussed with your wife another trip to Venezuela?
In a general way, yes, in a general way, but it was only in that morning on our way to lunch had I been informed that there was an impending trip.
Well, what was it about that particular trip at that time that made you upset?
Well, as we had discussed and argued, I wanted to make sure that there was a plan. And this is something that I spoke with in previous correspondence and emails with my wife the last time that they were in Venezuela, that we would have a plan as to how long, there would be the separation for. And I had been concerned as a parent, not knowing the previous trip, all the immigration issues and custody issues that had been involved when another parent takes their child for a long period of time. And I was really insisting, hoping that we had a plan about what that duration of time would be. That was the body of the argument.
How do you feel about what happened on the 31st, December 31st, 2011 now? How do you feel about what you said and did?
I wish I could turn back the clock, of course. I feel horrible. ashamed. I just all that.
Let me move forward now, Sheriff. We've heard testimony about conversations you've had with Ms. Peralta Haynes, with your wife, with others, but let me just ask you very directly. At any time, did you dissuade anyone from any law enforcement investigation?
Never.
At any time, did you ever ask anyone to destroy any evidence?
Never.
Thank you. We've also heard testimony about your weapons that were turned over to law enforcement. Let me ask you first, how did you store those weapons?
The two semi-automatics, the Sig Sauer and the Beretta, their slides, the slide chambers were completely set back. They were neutralized by a lot of tape. There was never ammunition in the weapons themselves at all. It were completely immobilized from being of any use, and they were stored in a cabinet in a storage room, which would take both a padlock and a bolt lock, 2 keys, in order to gain entry into that. On the Smith, it was an open cylinder, no ammunition, taped so that the cylinder would not be, so that the cylinder could not be engaged, so that, again, they would be rendered neutralized.
Thank you. At any time after your arrest in January, at any time, did you ever have any control over those weapons?
Never.
Objection calls for a, well, objection vague.
Do you understand the question, Sheriff?
Yes, I believe I do.
Overruled.
I had no control and no contact at all with those weapons.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to, I believe at your inaugural you testified earlier that you used the phrase at some point during a media interview or conference, you used the phrase private family matter in reference to what was happening to you at that time. What are your feelings about that now?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Naturally, I completely regret that I said that, and I made a mistake. I made a terrible mistake in saying that. It wasn't in the context of what I had meant, and when the statement that was given to me, I should have rejected the statement.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm going to move on. Only a few more questions. Sheriff, while in between the time that you were inaugurated, for those couple of months that you were acting sheriff, what did you accomplish as sheriff?
Objection, relevance, and beyond the scope.
What did you accomplish as sheriff? I'll hear argument.
Part of the mayor's allegations is that the sheriff can't possibly be sheriff because he's not capable of performing the duties of the office. However, I think given what the sheriff was able to accomplish while sheriff, that's certainly relevant to that argument and to those allegations.
Mr. Keith?
The argument regarding performance as sheriff does not go to qualificate, does not go to whether he can perform the basic duties or make any certain accomplishments. The argument regarding the duties of sheriff goes to the relationship to the duties of sheriff. There's not, the basis for our charges is not that he's ineffective or that the sky will fall if he is reinstituted. The basis for the charges is that he fell below the standard of conduct and that this conduct was also in relation to the duties of office.
Okay, so if I sustain this objection, you're going to maintain the position that whether or not he can perform the duties after his effectiveness on the job going forward is not relevant to this investigation. Because that's what it sounded like you just said.
Yeah, he didn't want to say effectiveness.
Commissioners, I don't want to engage in line drawing at this point on this issue. I think I know what our position is going to be, but I will give them an opportunity to put in the evidence that they feel that they need to make it.
So you're withdrawing your objection?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the question in mind, sir?
Again, please.
At the time that you served the City and County of San Francisco as sheriff this year, what did you accomplish?
A great deal. It's, I think, a long answer, but I'll do my best to synthesize. I was inheriting a department that had been well led by my predecessor, Sheriff Mike Hennessy, who had been the longest serving elected in the history in County of San Francisco of 32 years. There hadn't been, as I said earlier, an open election for sheriff, so there was a great period of transition. Part of that transition was my making staff changes and promotions of both deputy sheriffs and civilian staff, making constant rounds to all our properties, both within San Francisco and in San Mateo County, being able to change policy so that I would have a more inclusive administration of lower ranks that had been previously included in budgetary decisions and policy-making decisions, preparing the Sheriff's Department for what was now becoming the first full year of state prisoner realignment as propelled by Assembly Bill 109, and had begun a number of projects that would really elevate our ability of having in-custody and post-custody rehabilitation programs, building on the success of the Mike Hennessy administration in ways that have never been experienced before in San Francisco. For example, I had two very incisive, in-depth meetings with Mimi Silbert of Delancey Street. We had prepared for the beginnings of starting the first ever a reentry pod in the San Francisco County Jail, where there would be a lateral reentry program so that we would speak effectively against the highest incidence of recidivism that usually occurs within the first 6 months of release from jail, so that our relationship with Delancey would be piloted in showing of what a pod would look like for people who would then be supervised by Delancey Street administration while they're in custody and continue to be post-custody. I was very much looking forward to that pilot project taking off. The second would be with SAGE, an organization which I did authorize where there would be monies allocated to SAGE and starting a caseworker program on part-time so that women who were then exiting the county jail system would then be welcomed by a SAGE case worker so that they would not necessarily go back into the sex worker prostitute industry and or they were being exploited or harmed in any particular way, that the Sheriff's Department would then involve itself in assisting them so that they wouldn't return to that lifestyle. The third was, as I was in longstanding conversations with Adult Probation Chief Wendy Sills and the city and the state about involving a dedicated pod, reentry pod, and we were negotiating with that reentry pod for what population of offender that reentry pod would be for, and negotiating whether it would be women only or men, and that was where I had left the discussion. We are preparing the beginnings of a budget, which the previous year budget before I took office was approximately $171 million. But this was now the first year where the city was beginning to see some light at the end of the tunnel of previous 5-year budget deficits, where I was going to advocate vociferously for better realignment programs that would be more effective in reentry. I also sent several letters, both to the police chief and to the mayor and to the city controller, about the deputy sheriffs elevating their role in the larger construct of public safety. I believe that we could have saved the city and county money by seeing the division transfer of what is known as the station transfer unit that is now under the governance of the police department to the sheriff's department, because the deputy sheriffs are paid approximately 23% less than the SFPD officers, and it is a routine action that even the San Francisco Police Department experimented once, that they know that they could be alleviated from by freeing up police officers, so that the Sheriff's Department would pick that up as well. I also,
if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt the witness, but I think we've gone into quite a narrative here, and I would rather proceed by question and answer.
Please. Again, I'm sorry, but I am directing the sheriffs that if they can tell who is making noises, we have to remove you from the proceedings. Thank you. I agree that it is better by question and answer, Mr. Wagner. So the objection is late, though, so I'm going to overrule it. But for our benefit, it would be helpful if we could proceed a little more by question and answer on this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, but as I prefaced, I'll do my best to synthesize, but it's a long. I believe I was saying about presenting the idea to the mayor, to the police department, and the controller in ways on saving money, but also elevating, I think, the role of deputy sheriffs beyond the duties that they routinely fulfilled in their credential as being peace officers, and in the city's lament of having a deficit of SFPD officers. I think that there was an opportunity to help complement and augment where staffing was short. That could be from the routine duties of monitoring inmates at San Francisco General, for example, or at the courts, where the police would be alleviated from having to do that, where the sheriff certainly could, because overtime is something that the city is quite challenged by, and again, the math would be well saved by the sheriff's department. And I went as far to talk about what is unpopular. And what is unpopular is about ways that we can help with community policing, where I think it is poorly practiced in San Francisco, something that as a supervisor I spoke about quite vociferously, that I think that our department could have helped assisted with, and so on. There's quite a bit more that occurred in those first 2.5 months.
Thank you, Sheriff. You mentioned that you sent letters to the police chief and others. You mentioned that you had conversations with probation chief Wendy Still. Were you able to work effectively with those individuals?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, and I would say in terms of the messages they sent me, that only supported and affirmed, I think, the fluid relationship that we had, even while I was engaged in the process at the Hall of Justice.
Thank you. Sheriff Mirkarimi, do you think you can continue to be sheriff of the city and county of San Francisco?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled, based on your previous representation of the argument you're going to make.
Yes, I do believe that I can, and I believe I can quite effectively. I realize the uphill battle that has now been laid in front of me, and I believe that probably to the eyes of everybody, it would seem almost next to impossible for somebody in my position to try to rise to that standard. But I campaigned, and I always believed as a supervisor, and even before that, as a 9-year member of the district attorney's office, and as a graduate class president of the San Francisco Police Academy, that what makes San Francisco special is that our forward-thinking approach, I think, to public safety and criminal justice, and I was very outspoken that in my administration, part of that acknowledges the idea of what a power of redemption may look like. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would become an example of what that redemptive process could look like, but I believe as sheriff, somebody has gone through this process that has been well and high-profiled throughout the country and abroad, that certainly sets the challenges before me, that somebody who now has seen both sides of the aisle, I think helps in a way that if people would just open their minds, can serve as an asset in what it means to speaking where I think to some of the strengths and some of the weaknesses of the criminal justice system. And the people that come through the county jail system and the people that are in charge of working the county jail system in the city and county of San Francisco all have one goal in mind, and that goal is that we hope that those people do not return back to the county jail system that are incarcerated. And I think that if we are, put to the side of dehumanizing people that are inside that jail system, and that we are cognizant of the fact that our objective is to do everything we can so that we do not see repeat offenders, then I think I, as the sheriff, who has had a career in law enforcement, who has fought hard in this city as a supervisor that took a district with one of the highest homicide rates for 20 years and brought it down with the cooperation of both city and law enforcement and community, that helps prepare me to continue to be, I think, one of the best sheriffs I possibly can be, as I was voted to be for the people of San Francisco.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Commissioners. We have nothing further.
I'll give some limited recross, but within the scope of redirect. And not more time than he took.
Sheriff, when you were describing one of the ways that you think you can be a good sheriff, you mentioned that you've gone through this process. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talk about having gone through this process, are you referring to the When you talk about having gone through this process, are you referring to the criminal justice process?
And the whole experience, yes.
Okay. Well, that criminal justice process involved initially a charge, correct, on January 13th?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were you were convicted and sentenced in March of this year?
Objection. We've been over this, asked and answered.
We have sustained.
Okay. Sheriff, you mentioned having gone through this process. The criminal justice process with regard to what you did on December 31st is not over. Are you done with the criminal justice process with regard to what happened on December 31st?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Are you referring to probation?
You're still on probation.
Yes.
So you're not done with probation.
No.
And you're still in your mandatory 52 weeks of domestic violence counseling.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And the process of redemption does not happen overnight, does it?
No.
Okay. And you're aware that the official misconduct provision of the charter does not contain a lifetime ban on employment. It's a 5-year ban. You are aware of that, are you not?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay. Sheriff, you mentioned in the list of some of the things that you had been doing in the 2 months that you were sheriff, being involved in reentry and preparing for realignment. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that is an area where you need to collaborate with other criminal justice agencies.
Yes.
You have to collaborate with the district attorney.
Yes.
The public defender.
Yes.
You have to collaborate with the chief of adult probation.
Yes.
You have to collaborate with the courts.
Yes.
Okay. And you're negotiating important issues with these other law enforcement agencies.
And contracts potentially, yes.
Right. Which agency will take certain responsibilities?
Yes.
Which agency is best positioned to undertake certain responsibilities?
Yes.
Okay. These are all things that you are, that reentry and realignment require you to work with your peer agencies as an equal.
Yes.
Okay. you are subject to the jurisdiction of the San Francisco Adult Probation Department.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, Sheriff, during one of your answers, you mentioned that there was an uphill battle laid in front of me. Those were your words. This uphill battle that laid in front of me.
Yes.
Okay. Sheriff, who put that battle in front of you? Who is responsible for that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Me.
Nothing further.
Thank you. I believe the commissioners may have questions for the sheriff, so let me open it up to my fellow commissioners for anyone who may have a question for the sheriff. Commissioner Liu.
Thank you.
Hi.
Can you see each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Keith had read into the record a statement you made in open court, in a criminal court, in the criminal proceeding, where you apologized to Ms. Madison and her family. What exactly were you apologizing for?
There was nothing specific laid out in the apology, just for the whole tone and tenor of everything that occurred.
Tone and tenor of what?
The whole experience, that's all.
But what experience were you apologizing for?
It was just a general apology.
Were you apologizing for any actions that you had taken?
I did not take any actions against Ms. Madison or Mertens.
Were you apologizing for any actions taken by your representatives?
No.
I guess I'm just unclear why you made a public apology to her and her family.
Well, it was suggested that I do, and I agreed with it.
And do you know what the basis was for the suggestion that you apologize?
No, that was provided by the district attorney, and I agreed to it.
I see. Okay. And the only other question I had was how did you come to grab your wife's arm on December 31st? Because I definitely don't want to belabor the point, but I don't think we've heard from you exactly the context of what happened.
When my wife and I were returning, because I had turned the car around from us going to lunch at about 11:45, 11:50 a.m., because we had been quarreling. We were both in a very heated discussion.
While you were driving?
Yes. I mean, no physical or anything, just sort of heated. I was driving, my wife's in the passenger seat, my son is in the back seat. It's a minivan, and so in this back child booster seat. And parked the car. We got home, parked the car, and we're quarreling. And both me and my wife were upset. My son was crying, and I was stupidly, wrongly thinking that I can, respond to this in a way that might calm things down. And I reached out to my wife while I was in the driver's seat, as she was unharnessing our son. She was half in and half out of the minivan, unharnessing him. He was upset. She was upset. And I put my hand underneath her right arm, and that's how it got bruised.
Okay, I see. And last night, you had testified that you had violated your wife's personal liberty. Other than the act of grabbing her arm, was there any other way in which you violated her personal liberty?
Well, I believe that they're referring to what I had pled to is the false imprisonment. 236 refers to me turning the van around against her wishes when we were on our way to lunch. I was concerned about us quarreling out in public in a place that didn't take reservations, and just thought that we would take a detour back and either have lunch somewhere else or at home, because our son needed to eat. And so we went home and he had lunch at home.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Rennie.
Good morning, Sheriff. You've seen the tape that's Exhibit 4, have you not?
The tape made with
your
my wife and the neighbor?
Yes.
Yes.
And is there anything inaccurate that your wife described in describing the events of December 31st that you say was inaccurate?
Maybe. There's some vague statements that were made on that tape, and I wouldn't know if they would say they were inaccurate, but definitely vague. One statement in particular is that I'm trying to recall because it's been a while since I've seen the tape. That she refers to, or it's been said that I said I was a powerful man. I never said that ever. Did I say that? In fact, referring back to the questioning earlier, both by counsel and both counsel, I was referring to the powers of the state as it pertained to custody questions because of the nature of our argument about potential custody and taking our son away for a long period of time.
But insofar as her making reference to your having used the term powerful or having something being powerful, that was in fact part of the conversation.
Yes, it was. The comment was never, and it's just not my style, but I never said I'm a powerful man. Never did I say that.
Now, in that tape, your wife also makes some statements about the sort of condition of your marital relationship. That is, that it's troubled or that there had been talk of divorce and things of that nature. Were those inaccurate statements?
No.
Now, have you read the declaration of Ivory Madison?
Yes, but since it has been changed, I have to keep up and seeing what the final product is. Yes.
And did you note that there were references to statements that your wife made to Miss Madison about the events of December 31st?
Yes.
And were any of the statements that were attributed to your wife by Miss Madison, were they inaccurate descriptions of what had happened on December 31st?
I believe that there was some embellishing.
Such as?
Well, the powerful statement, number one. As it relates to what Ms. Madison reported, there was no argument inside the house. There was no where my wife left the house talking about the police. That never occurred at all.
So that it's your testimony that although you continued to argue and have heated discussion when you turned around and returned back home, once you got out of the automobile, there were no longer any heated discussion?
That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Commissioner Hayon.
In the good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
In the text messages that we saw or looked at earlier this morning, there was characterization of the domestic violence advocates with, I guess, Beverly Upton in particular,
right,
where the protests that took place following news of your, of the incident on December 31st, where you characterized those efforts as a political witch hunt. Is that correct?
It was in response to the message I received previously from Lynette Peralta Haynes, and I had repeated the term that was in her previous message, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess my question would be then, in terms of domestic violence advocates and the kind of protests that certainly have been prevalent in the city of San Francisco and with our a very progressive record on how we deal with domestic violence in the city. Do you consider all of those vehement protests or anger about domestic violence political witch hunts in every case?
No, but in this particular case, what I was informed of is that people who were part of that protest were also well connected to my opponent's campaign for sheriff, and at the time, with limited information, that is what people were speculating.
Mm-hmm. And if others were speculating, so did you agree with this speculation? Was that your conclusion as well? I mean, does the fact that they may have been connected to political opponents in the race automatically make it a political witch hunt?
Not at all, no. But at that particular time, we're taking in information and processing it as we are going along.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Studley?
You mentioned that at your meeting with the Bay Guardian, I believe it was, that Mr. Jeff Gillenkirk was one of the people at the meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was Mr. Gillenkirk's role? And I understand you invited him. He was there as part of your group at that meeting. What role did he play in that? For what reason did you include him in that meeting?
He had called me and reached out and noticed, I think, that we did not have really any media strategy at all, and offered any kind of advice. And we didn't really know each other at all, but I invited him if he wanted to come join us. He said hardly anything at that meeting.
What is his professional background?
Public relations, I believe, or media relations.
And after that meeting, did he work with you on media relations and public relations strategy?
Very little, very little. We have no money to pay, so it's volunteer call here and there.
Did you have a media strategy or public relations plan? I say that lowercase or informal plan about what you would do as a media matter?
They had suggestions, but we really have no plan per se. It's pretty ad hoc.
And what were those suggestions?
Write letters to the editor, write an opinion piece. When I was constantly being asked to do media interviews, and frankly quite insecure about doing so for a great many weeks, and just simply, any pointers on doing one. I was not a stranger to the media, but in this particular case, it had been some while since I engaged in any media interviews.
I have one other question. This relates to one of the text messages. On January 4th at 5:51 p.m., we have a text message from Ms. Lopez saying, "You have to call Hennessy and stop this before something happened. Ivory is giving the investigators everything. Use your power." Do you know what Ms. Lopez was referring to when she said use your power?
I believe my wife was trying to make sense out of what was crashing all before, and she thought that I might be able to do something about it. And I think it just underscores my wife not familiar with the process, and I was clear with her that I just can't.
The phrase use your power, I'm wondering where you think that phrase came from, why she used that particular phrase, use your power.
Well, that was just my wife using her own, that's her vocabulary.
Had you used that phrase, had you referred to your power previously?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Mr. Sheriff, good morning. I want to follow up on something that Commissioner Rennie asked you. Why is it that once you and your wife got out of the car on December 31st, why did the argument suddenly stop?
frankly, because of our child. I think that I stayed in the car to just kind of reflect on what happened. My wife collected our son and went into the house, and I was still in the driver's seat and took my seatbelt off and collected some of the things, like our child's bag and some of the other belongings inside the car, and locked up the car and went into the house. It was lunchtime. And if you knew my wife, she's extremely regimented about eating at certain times. And so I didn't want to add to the tension, so that was something that we honor. And it was lunchtime, and my son was being given lunch.
Any other questions for the sheriff? Commissioner Han.
One thing that really I haven't heard anything about is, in terms of the timeline, when your wife called you and spoke to you and acknowledged and explained to you that she had visited the neighbor and that there had been a videotape and that she had recounted the events of December 31st to Ms. Madison. Given your reaction to, December 31st and your anger and volatility from what it sounds like, I haven't heard anything at all about how you reacted upon hearing that news that your wife had not only gone to the neighbor but had allowed a videotape of these events. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, my wife did not go into detail about the videotape when I was first informed, and I did not see the videotape until sometime later. So I was, just as I said earlier, processing what was occurring. Frankly, I was kind of in a state of shock when she was informing me about what was going on. And when she had called me and when we met on the Grove side, about a block away from City Hall, I was simply just trying to absorb what she was telling me, trying to make sense out of this. It was surreal, and little attention was being discussed about a videotape at that time, what was on my wife's mind, because I felt like I needed to protect my wife because she was the one who was scared and panicked, as well as I was becoming that way. But I wasn't fully being able to, take time to comprehend everything that was going on. I was just listening.
Why do you think your wife was so scared and panicked?
I think scared because she felt betrayed by the neighbor. And that was the nature of what she was rushing to and telling me about what this neighbor was doing. And this is the first I'm learning of all this, so I'm trying to understand it myself because it just sounds so amazing, so crazy.
Is it possible that she was scared and panicked in anticipation of what your reaction might have been? No,
I don't believe that, because she was very clear about what she was scared about. And that was what the neighbor and whatever was occurring between she and the neighbor. Because my reaction, if you notice, was frankly very measured as it related to even when she asked me to see if there was something I can do about it later that day. My reaction was not anything more than just really listening, trying to process the details that were being provided to me, and trying to then respond with what I thought were the responsible decisions that I wasn't going to interfere with an investigation and not interfere with the process that apparently had been unleashed. And at the same time, my wife was looking to me for some response because she felt obviously concerned and troubled. And so all this confluence at the exact same time was where I was trying to make sense of how I can maintain the professional standards and integrity of what I'm hearing third party now that is occurring, and at the same time addressing, I think, the concerns of my wife.
I have one more question.
Please.
On another subject, just to follow up on Commissioner Studley's questions about your media strategy or lack thereof. In crisis management, a basic is to acknowledge, apologize, and assure the public that what has transpired in terms of a crisis will never happen again. And generally speaking, I think that in most critical media situations where this has been followed, it tends to diffuse the situation and often end the situation rather quickly so that there is not a long drawn-out media frenzy such as we've experienced in San Francisco over this case. I'm just wondering whether or not anyone that you consulted, whether it be your campaign manager or any media strategists with whom you spoke, advised you to do something like that immediately, get it out of the way so that you could move on and not have to, well, get to this point as we are here today.
The answer is at a high price. There were a couple of media strategists that we talked to that suggest that we do something like this. And again, it was very ad hoc at best. There was no media strategy and no media plan. In hindsight, I sure wish we did in many ways. And I really admit, that we failed in being able to, I think, explain and present in the way that I think you just suggested. It was an overwhelming and continued to be an overwhelming event to be branded in the way that I was branded by the paper of record and others. And it became where, in essence, I just kind of shut down, and I did. Personally speaking, I was sad. I was humiliated and ashamed. I was losing my family, where I still have not been able to see my wife since January 13th. Separation of my son. My past had been completely tarnished and sullied. In my future now completely in question. My family, not sure when I'll be able to get back together and repair with my wife and son. All these things coming together. In hindsight, I absolutely wish that we were more on top of it in demonstrating the wherewithal to do something like, say, when Mayor Newsom did when his scandal erupted and when he had the resources to be able to bring together the kind of response that he did, or when others do so.
Well, let me just add, I would have to say that, in order to issue an apology and be forthcoming about the events, there need not be any cost involved whatsoever. It's just a common sense approach to being honest and forthcoming when you are in a crisis situation, and you don't have to have a high-priced PR person in order to do that. That as an aside, but
except in this regard, though, that I think there's been a couple.
There's no question. Do you want his response?
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
There was a new matter raised that I would like to follow up on. I don't want to go on anything that's already been covered, but there was one new matter raised by Commissioner Liu regarding the basis for the false imprisonment plea. I'd like to do a brief follow-up on that issue.
I'll hear argument.
We would object to that. Commissioners, the mayor has already went over twice the time estimate that he gave us last night. I don't think there's anything left at this point, so we would object to any further time being spent on that.
I open this up to my fellow commissioners. It's a process issue that I think may come up again. I am inclined, in light of the opportunity that council had to examine, not to allow further examination by council after the questions of the commissioners, but I'm open to suggestions.
What is the new matter that you say you hadn't already covered?
The sheriff mentioned what he considered to be the factual basis for his false imprisonment plea, and I wanted to ask him a follow-up question about that. That is not an issue that we had gone into with either counsel, and that he had raised in response to a question from Commissioner Liu.
Commissioner Studley?
Although I would defer to the active litigators on the panel on this, I guess I do have a feeling that when Commissioner questions, or if Commissioner questions open a new area, that either counsel might be allowed to clarify. I don't think this is a question of total time. I think it's a question of whether we have done something to raise new territory. But I will let.
I would agree with Commissioner Studley.
Okay, why don't we allow some questioning, very limited?
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Sheriff, you mentioned in response to a question from Commissioner Liu that the false imprisonment that you committed against your wife consisted of turning the van around. Do you recall that remark?
Yes, but the term was liberty, in restricting liberty.
Okay.
And that's what I was thinking that she was referring to.
Okay. But in any case, your answer was that that was, in your mind, the factual basis for your plea to false imprisonment?
Well, I was answering the question about was there another time of restricting the liberty, and that's what on December 31st.
Okay. Sheriff, did the district attorney ever state to you, we are accepting your plea of false imprisonment because you turned the van around?
Objection, relevance.
Short rope. I'll allow it.
No.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner? Anything?
No, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
I think at this point we should take the lunch break. I would like to take a 45-minute break, if that's acceptable to the parties.
Yes.
Yes, that's fine.
I understand that we need to clear this room entirely during that break. I also would expect that we get back here at 1 o'clock and have testimony from the mayor at that point. Okay, so let's take our lunch break.
Mabel, can we leave our materials?
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of our meeting. Again, I want to reiterate, in light of the fact that we're in testimony, we really do need silence in the audience. Sheriffs, no need to wait for my direction. If you see someone who makes an outburst, please remove them. Thank you. Next up, we have Mayor Ed Lee. Is Mr. Lee available? Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Please take the witness stand. Would the court reporter please swear the witness?
Swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Kopp, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Lee.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shepard Kopp, and along with David Wagner, I represent Sheriff Ross Mirkarimi in these proceedings. Now, how did you become mayor, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I became mayor of San Francisco both in the capacity of being appointed in the year 2011 and then by election of the voters in November of 2011.
And prior to becoming the mayor, you were city administrator, is that correct?
Yes.
And you attended law school, correct?
Yes.
And did you practice as a lawyer for some time?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
Approximately 12 years.
Okay. Now, when was the first time you started considering the concept of official misconduct under the San Francisco Charter with relation to these proceedings?
Could you explain what you mean by consider?
Sure. Well, prior to Sheriff Mirkarimi being charged with criminal offenses, had you ever thought about the term official misconduct as it exists in the San Francisco Charter?
Not specifically.
Okay. And do you have a written policy about what is and what is not official misconduct?
No, I do not.
And it's been argued that the mayor's decision to attempt to remove an elected official for official misconduct is purely discretionary. Do you agree with that?
I believe that it is a duty that's imposed upon me as the mayor through the charter.
Okay.
San Francisco Charter.
And but you as the mayor have the discretion to decide whether you are going to attempt to remove someone, an elected official, for official misconduct or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your position that every public official who is convicted of a criminal offense is guilty of official misconduct?
I think it is a case-by-case basis.
So you would agree with me then that merely being convicted of a crime does not constitute official misconduct?
I believe in this case it does.
Well, that's not my question. My question is, does the mere fact that an elected official has been convicted of a crime, does that in and of itself constitute official misconduct?
I believe I've answered that it's a case-by-case basis.
So there are some criminal convictions that you would not deem to be official misconduct?
Possibly.
Okay. Like what?
I don't know, because I've never been confronted with this before.
Would a conviction for driving under the influence be official misconduct?
Objection. Requires speculation. Partial hypothetical.
Overruled.
Potentially.
Okay. And you're aware, aren't you, that there are many members of the San Francisco Sheriff's Department that have suffered criminal convictions?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
If you know, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know.
Okay. If you knew, would that affect your opinion about whether or not criminal convictions invariably mean that's official misconduct?
Objection. Misstates prior testimony.
The misstates prior testimony objection is overruled.
Maybe.
Okay. And are you aware that former Sheriff, well, strike that. You know Mike Hennessy, right?
The former Sheriff of San Francisco, Mike Hennessy, I know. Yes.
Yes, and you're aware, aren't you, that he hired people to work within the Sheriff's Department that had criminal records?
I believe so.
And as a matter of fact, his third in command was a gentleman who had actually been to state prison for a manslaughter conviction. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Do you believe that in San Francisco, the determination of what is official misconduct may be governed by a different standard than other jurisdictions?
I only know of the charter that I'm confronted with and the decision that I made.
Okay. Now, before you made the decision to file written charges of official misconduct against Sheriff Mirkarimi, did you consult with people about that decision?
I did consult with people. I consulted with our city attorney.
Okay. I don't want to ask you about any conversations that would be protected by the attorney-client privilege, but can you tell me who the other people were that you consulted with?
We're going to object on the basis of the deliberative process privilege in response to this particular line of questioning to identify individuals.
I'll hear argument on it.
The deliberative process privilege exists in order to protect the decision-making process of higher policy-making officials who need the freedom to consult with the people who they deem relevant and who also need to offer to people who wish to come to them the opportunity to do so without having their names disclosed in court. There's a case directly on point, Times Mirror. It's a California Supreme Court case, and it's about whether or not the governor had to disclose the names of the people he was meeting with in his calendar, and the California Supreme Court said no, for these reasons.
Mr. Kopp?
Well, my response would be that the mayor himself has put that in issue in his declaration in which he stated at line 7 on page 2, I consulted with others. There was no need for him to put that in if it was not relevant, and so I'd consider that to be a waiver. Moreover, I'd like to ask whether or not he's had conversations with any members of the Board of Supervisors about whether or not he should file these charges, because I think that would be highly relevant evidence about whether there was an attempt to somehow influence the very body that is going to make the ultimate decision on this case.
What if we allow you to ask that question? Would that
then I'll ask it.
Right, but I mean, will you withdraw your prior one?
I will.
Okay.
Mayor Lee, before you decided to file written charges of misconduct here, did you talk to any members of the Board of Supervisors about whether or not you should do so?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you wrote in your declaration that the reason why you waited to file these charges against the sheriff until the criminal process had concluded was because you didn't want to interfere with his ability as a criminal defendant to defend himself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yet you're also claiming that when Sheriff Mirkarimi's lawyer on the criminal case served a subpoena for documents, that he did something improper. Can you explain that?
With respect to the firearms issue.
No, I'm asking about the assertion by you and your attorneys that when Sheriff Mirkarimi's criminal counsel served a subpoena for documents, that was harassment of a witness in a criminal case.
Objection. He's questioning Mayor Lee about attorney argument, and he's also questioning Mayor Lee on a topic to which there was a relevance objection that was sustained. If he didn't think it was relevant before, it's an improper basis for questioning now.
So your objection is relevance?
I think my objection is consistency, but the main objection is...
Okay, well, we don't want speaking objections. Just give me the objection and the basis.
Okay, well, I did that. I won't add to that.
The relevance objection is sustained.
Mayor Lee, before you filed these written charges of official misconduct, did you think that it would benefit you or any of your supporters politically to have a different person in the office of Sheriff of San Francisco?
Objection, relevance.
Bias.
Overruled.
I have respected the election process for that office, and I've formed no opinion about the candidates that ran for that office or their ability to occupy it.
Okay.
If that's what your question is.
No,
I'm not so sure what your question is.
My question is, did you think it would benefit you and your political backers politically to have a different person in the office of the Sheriff of San Francisco besides Sheriff Mirkarimi?
My pause is because I hadn't really thought about it.
Okay. And it's a matter of record, you did not support Sheriff Mirkarimi when he ran, correct?
Relevance.
Overruled.
I don't believe I supported anyone.
Okay. Now, one of the arguments that you have made in these proceedings is that Sheriff Mirkarimi cannot stay in office as sheriff because he will not be able to have effective working partnerships with other city agencies and the heads of those agencies, right?
Yes.
Objection. That actually misstates prior testimony and counsel's argument about what's in the record.
The answer is in. Overruled.
All right. Isn't it a fact, though, that in elective politics, people get elected that often have disagreements with other elected officials?
That's correct.
And sometimes you might have a bitter rival that you wind up figuring out a way to work with, right?
Possibly, yes.
In fact, when you ran for election, one of your opponents was current city attorney Dennis Herrera, right?
Yes.
And during that campaign, his campaign accused your campaign of various violations of campaign financing laws, right?
Yes.
Yet here he is representing you in these proceedings, right?
Yes.
So evidently, you and Mr. Herrera have mended whatever fences needed to be mended, right?
Perhaps.
Okay. Well, he's doing a good job for you. Now, don't you consider the possibility that whatever the differences are that currently exist between Sheriff Mirkarimi and the other heads of various departments, those two could be mended?
At this time, I don't believe so.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
I've read the declarations of an expert in this field, and particularly pointed is Mr. Lansdowne and his professional opinion about law enforcement and the relationships that they must have in order to effectively carry out that work.
Okay. Did you also read the declaration provided by former Sheriff Michael Hennessy?
Yes.
And you saw therein where he said that he believes that Sheriff Mirkarimi could effectively carry out his duties if allowed to remain as sheriff.
I'm aware of what he said.
Okay. Now, do you think that Mr. Lansdowne has more expertise about what it takes to be the sheriff of San Francisco than ex-Sheriff Michael Hennessy?
Objection, relevance, improper testimony by counsel, and this is beyond the scope of both Mayor Lee's declaration as well as the disclosure of what they were going to ask Mr. Lee about in their disclosure of witnesses.
I'm not sure exactly the basis of the objection. I may have lost it.
I'm sorry, that was beyond the scope?
Okay, beyond the scope, I'm inclined to overrule the beyond the scope. The sheriff could call the mayor in his case in chief in order to not require the mayor to appear twice. I think we should allow it. Moreover, I think the mayor brought it up in one of his answers, so I'll overrule the beyond the scope objection.
And unless the mayor still has it in mind, could I ask if we could have that question read back?
Sir, do you have a question in mind?
Please repeat it.
Would you like to ask it again, or do you want the court reporter to
if it can be found, could you?
All right, now, do you think that Mr. Lansdowne has more expertise about what it takes to be the sheriff of San Francisco than ex-Sheriff Michael Hennessy?
In terms of expertise, I believe they would be of equal weight.
And why is that?
Because they both have extensive backgrounds in law enforcement. And
Okay, well, Mr. Lansdowne has never held elective office, correct?
Objection, foundation.
Do you know, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Lansdowne has never been a sheriff, correct?
Objection, foundation. And this is also a lay witness. He's here as a percipient witness, and he's being asked about expert matters and expert testimony.
Again, counsel, if we want further argument on an objection, we'll ask for it. We don't want to take up more of the mayor's time or any witness's time than we need to. I'm going to overrule that objection.
Again, what's the question?
Well, do you know whether or not Mr. Lansdowne was ever a sheriff in any county?
I don't believe, I think your question was whether he was elected sheriff. I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. You do know that Mike Hennessy was sheriff here for 32 years, right?
Yes.
Yet you think that those two expert witnesses carry the same weight? About
Yes.
what? About.
Objection asked and answered.
Let him finish his question.
I'm sorry, was there more?
Well, I was trying to finish.
I'm sorry.
You think that those two experts carry the same weight about the qualifications and ability to perform as sheriff of San Francisco, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you needed to consider some legal issues before you decided to file these written charges of misconduct, right?
Yes.
Because, in fact, the provision allowing for removal proceedings under the San Francisco Charter has been used sparingly in the history of the city, correct?
That is correct.
And did you run across a case by the name of Mazzola versus the city and county of San Francisco?
Objection, intrudes on attorney-client privilege.
I can rephrase it.
Why don't you rephrase?
Yes. Are you familiar with that case that I just mentioned?
Somewhat.
Okay. And before you decided to file the written charges, did you read the case?
Parts of it.
Okay. Did you read the part of that case that said for there to be a violation, for there to be a finding of official misconduct, there must be a violation or omission of a proscribed act committed while in office? Remember that?
Objection, foundation. And do you have a copy of the document for the witness?
Sure, I can, but I only have one.
I think the witness should be able to see the document.
May I approach, or it's underlined?
Yes, I've read it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I have read it.
Okay. Did you consider that point of law to be important in your decision as to whether or not you should file written charges against Sheriff Mirkarimi?
Objection requires a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Yes.
And it was important, wasn't it, because the incident between the sheriff and his wife occurred before he took the oath of office and became the sheriff, correct?
Objection requires a legal conclusion. Lacks foundation.
I'm going to sustain it. I don't even follow the question.
Well,
ask another question.
Sure. Before you filed these written charges, you wanted to make sure that you had a sound legal basis for doing so, right?
Yes.
And one of the questions you wanted to determine was if somebody did something before they took the oath of office and became sheriff, whether or not they could still be removed, right?
Objection. Attorney-client privilege assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. I don't see the calling for attorney-client privilege.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that the incident between the sheriff and his wife had happened before he became sheriff, right?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous.
Mr. Mayor, do you understand the question?
It could be interpreted different ways, but I believe generally I get the gist.
Why don't you, I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr. Kopp, why don't you ask another question?
Yes. When I say the incident, I'm talking about the incident on December 31st where Sheriff Mirkarimi has admitted that he grabbed his wife's arm, leaving a bruise. When I say that, when I refer to that incident, do you understand what I'm referring to?
Yes, I understand that incident occurred before he took the oath of office for the sheriff. Yes.
Okay. Now, you have asserted in your written charges that Sheriff Mirkarimi's conduct fell below the standards of decency, good faith, and right action that is impliedly expected of public officials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we expect certain things of our elected officials, right?
That's generally true, yes.
Okay. And when the charter speaks of official misconduct, it doesn't say we expect a certain standard for the sheriff, a different standard for the mayor, another one for the DA, a separate one for the assessor. It just speaks in general term about official misconduct for elected officials, right?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Argumentative. Requires a legal conclusion.
Legal conclusion is sustained.
Okay. Do you yourself believe there's a separate standard for the sheriff than for other elected officials?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Should be the same standard.
Okay. And would you agree with me that one of the things that is expected of elected officials is for them to be honest and forthright when dealing not only with their constituents, but with other elected officials?
Mr. Kopp, I am very sorry to interrupt you, and that question will be pending. I've been instructed that we need to adjourn the proceedings for now, and we will resume when it's permissible. But the meeting is adjourned. We will notify the parties and the press when we can resume.